right, everybody. Talk about rough starts. Woo! Sorry about all that. Oh, just one of those kind of days. And I'm still gonna have to do some repulsive shit on screen, so when I say repulsive shit, I mean sinus spray, because, well, I haven't had a chance to do that yet. And I'm supposed to do it twice a freaking day. So, we are trying something new today, guys. And it looks a little odd over there on Instagram right now. But, yeah, we've started doing Instagram today. Instagram followers and users over there, first day trying it here, so it's a little bit weird for some reason. Let me see if I can fix it. I do not know why suddenly we have the screen cut off. That's... Give me a second here to figure out what the hell's growing on. Let's see if I can fix this. And there's gonna probably be a lot of the let me fix this crap today, so. Again, like I said, trying to set up Instagram to work and function, and trying to figure out how I can actually see chat over there. So if you guys are over on Instagram, throw something in the comments over there. I'm gonna see if right now I've got it over on the side screen. That may or may not work long term. May have to try to pull that up either on my phone or on one of the main PC screens. Remains to be seen, because once I go and start getting into other things, my availability to see the comments over on Instagram might get a little cut off by other crap popping in front of it. So yeah, it's I just sort of got it set up last night, and it's a little bit of a pain in the ass, gotta say. I don't have the ability currently to integrate the, over there they call it comments, it's basically chat into my normal chat feed on OBS. Well, it's technically through StreamerBot. My combined chat over through StreamerBot, I can get both Twitch and YouTube in the same panel, but I don't have the ability currently to add either Facebook Live or Instagram. Essentially, they're the same thing. It's all on my Facebook, so it's all going through their algorithms. And I don't currently see a methodology by which to break out just the chat over on Instagram. When you go live on Instagram, it's basically, it gives you this little pop-up window within your screen if you're on PC. And you've got a vertical layout of your broadcast over to the left-hand side, and then the comments chat is over on sort of the left-hand side of that little pop-out. But it doesn't give me the opportunity to quote-unquote break out that panel. I can pull it up as a custom browser doc in OBS, but I gotta be able to mute it, and I've yet to be able to figure that out. And that's something we may work on while we're freaking here. But let me get this nasty shit done, and then we'll try to get some of this stuff organized. Gonna be probably doing some setup on the vertical format. So YouTube vertical and Instagram, you guys are both getting the same feed. If you find it annoying over there, there'll be stuff popping on the screen. If you're on YouTube vertical, then you guys can jump over to the regular format or over to Twitch. Links currently do not post to Instagram. So in order to do that, you guys are going to have to go do my profile and shit and find it. If I get a chance, I will literally post a, just like hand copy and paste, the social media links over there, guys. But it's like I said, it's going to be a lot of this kind of shit in the beginning here today before we even really get into the sketching. So let me mute the microphone, take care of this horrible crap, and then we'll get into it. All right. So give me a moment, just chill out, give me a break here, and I'll be right with you. All right, got that nastiness over with. Well, the initial nastiness of that over with. Unfortunately, it leaves a horrible aftertaste. And it's bad enough it's one. I know I've bitched about this before, but it's bad enough that it's one nasal spray, but they have me doing 2 of those fuckers every day, twice a day, morning and night. So it's like, let's take an already horrible, nasty taste in the back of your throat and mix it with another horrible, nasty taste. Because that's helpful. Sad part is I think it does help my inner ear crap that's been going on. So I have not had nearly the same amount of just pressure going on there. Oh, but it's still horrible. I have to like have a lozenge or something that I can put in my my throat and stuff. To just try to kill that taste of, yeah, yucky. So I think Instagram's a little bit behind the time here, so you guys are slightly delayed over there, so I'm not sure why that is. There again, first day trying the Instagram thing, so All right, let's first see if we can get the Instagram dock up here. The sound might go stupid until I can figure out how to mute it, if it will let me mute it. Okay, so let's try it. Find the Instagram thing. So, all right, let's first see if we can get the Instagram dock up here. The sound might go stupid until I can figure out how to mute it, if it will let me mute it. Okay, so let's try it. Find the Instagram thing. Yeah, I don't think that's gonna work. I'm gonna have to do some more testing on that. So we gotta exist with the weird panel that's in the browser right now. I think there might be a plugin or something that I can possibly download and use, but everything I've found the last 24 hours, either people said was screwing up their accounts, just didn't work, couldn't get it to hook up right, or cost money. So just, you know, Instagram, we're gonna give it a shot for a little bit. There is another possibility. I don't know if it handles Instagram or not, but Stream Elements put out their multi-streaming plug-in software, or whatever the hell it is. It's basically it was not only getting, you guys were getting a delay of what was already said, but then it started looping back on itself. So yeah, when I pull up the panel, when it's in just the browser, I get a little thing down on the very corner of it that gives me ability to mute or unmute. When I'm broadcasting, I try to mute all of my preview panels. So that works out fine. But if I bring it up as a browser dock within OBS, I don't get the ability to mute it. So unless I create a audio source that is a dedicated audio source for that might just be something I can't do it that way. I might not be able to use the custom custom browser docs within OBS to do that. So like I said, a lot of learning here. I haven't ever broadcast to Instagram. I've posted stuff, I've edited stuff and stuck it up there, I think. Short form video or whatever a while back. But yeah, the going live thing, it's like, I decided, well, if TikTok's out of reach right now, then I will try doing Instagram. That's the next thing. Next one, people say, well, if you're not doing this, do this, or if you're doing this, go ahead and do this one too. So that's kind of what I'm trying here. There again, just trying to increase viewership, trying to increase community involvement and bringing more people into the not only the stream, but also the Discord, all of those things. So yeah, so that is what's happening right now. We are going to get into some sketching stuff here, and also trying to set up well, there again, I'm gonna have to set up some new digital art stuff, because if I go to the digital art one right now, yeah, that's what it's looking like for you guys over there, vertical and everything for YouTube and Instagram. So gonna have to work on that. Hasn't been a priority until now, so, you know, necessity, right? So let's get rid of the Photoshop here. Blah, blah, blah. No, I don't need that. Okay. And let's see, I need to set up a recording window over here. Okay. Let me try display capture. That's not gonna work. Trying to figure out I think it's a window capture I need. Gotcha. Needs to be yeah, I think it's that. And I didn't mute my phone. Again, gonna be that kind of shit today, unfortunately. Not how I'd want to do it, but you know. Okay, so got that recording. All right, let's get this taken care of now. All right, regular format over there for you guys is fine. Digital art, need to unlock that. Yeah, I think for purposes, I'm going to try to just frame in the actual area over here for you guys. You guys are going to see some weird crap on the screen here. It's my guide that I've got for making sure that this stuff is set in a decent spot. Bear with me, guys. So I'm just trying to get something for the vertical here. Look half decent. Okay, bear with me here. I'm going to test the yeah, I mean, that looks like garbage because it's every one of them on top of each other. So, all right, we're gonna try to go with that for now, guys. Again, throw stuff in comments if you guys got suggestions on how to make that look better. I can cut off the borders top and bottom if that would look better for you guys, but being that this is like me sketching, it kind of makes sense that you'd see some interface, but you guys tell me. You guys tell me if you've got better ideas of how that should be laid out. I can't get too much lower because, well, that's what all the text and stuff is for the vertical format stuff. I can try to do like a blown up version that's just sort of the background area behind it, but that can get a little weird when it comes to doing things like sketching. It's okay when it's like in full motion video and stuff, but like games or, you know, something like that. So, all right. All right. Now that we've got something sort of happening, now there's also, yeah, that's true, crap. Also have, I'm not sure what that is. Okay, I need to pull in, what is it called? I need the overhead cam. And what's it called? What's it called? Detail cam. Some reason that does not seem to be working today. Yeah. Let me hoping it hasn't gone tits up on me. We'll see. Give me a second here, guys. It also could be the fact that I don't have the drivers on this system. That could be a problem. All right, give me a second, guys. Let me go back to the face cam here for a moment. Just good so you guys aren't staring into darkness. Let me see. Been a little while since we turned that on, so let's see what's gonna go on here. Might need to be updated.
Look at the magician.
Thank you, Mr. D-Tag. Yeah, we got no light on it. All right, bear with me a minute, guys. Let me wobble over here and see if I can figure if it's just a matter of it not being plugged in correctly. Camera no work if it no pluggy. That would be the reason why. Okay, so let's see. Let's try detail cam again. Well, that's being stupid, so let's... Gotta find the right interface. Okay. Okay, that's functioning now. Let's try the digital art scene again. We need to bring in a boop, 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 boop scene. Existing scene, detail cam 1.5. Okay. That off. Let's see. Guess we gotta go screw around with it here. Still being weird. I was able to bring it up in the Logitech software. Okay. Now I get to screw around with it. Okay, I think that's what we're gonna need. Let's try that. Back to the digital art. Alignment looks like hoodoo. It's a little better there. All right. Now we just need to bring in a clone. Source clone. Need a new source clone. Source is going to be detail cam 1.5. God, I got a ton of shit in here. Where is it? There it is. All right, let's get that shrunk down. So we're getting some snapping or something over here. Yeah, it's still not beautiful, but you know, for the time being, that might just have to work. Okay. All right. Yeah, that's a dead link there, so. Okay, all right. Okie dokie. Let's see where that all gets us. All right. All right. As some of you may or may not know, yeah, I know I'm off center of the microphone, so having to adjust some shit. Some of you may or may not know, after all of my surgeries and all those sort of things, I have had some nerve damage on my left side. And it has been getting a little worse on my hand lately. And it's either the nerve damage getting worse on the hand, or it could be like early stage carpal tunnel stuff. Either way, it makes using this hand difficult at times. Even playing games and stuff, it's like I've never been great about like keeping my hand on the correct, registration on the keys. I've never been that good at that ever, but that has gotten worse. So about a year ago, I started looking around for options, and have tried a couple little keypad things that are just like, they were cheap options. They didn't quite do it. So the one that I think I'm going to go with I'm going with now because I purchased the damn thing. And this one was not cheap, but when you're talking about your livelihood and your career and all those sort of things, and even if at this stage it's just hobby, art is a very important part of my life. So basically got this little guy, and let's see, I guess probably need to zoom that in a bit. Let's zoom the actual source. Let's zoom the source for now. We will consider making other changes. Okay, so yeah, this little guy is what they call a Tourbox, and it's basically a macro pad, and you can connect it via USB-C, or it's actually also Bluetooth. And this particular model is the Tourbox Elite Pro, or excuse me, Plus. And basically, you got to this little switch on the back. You switch it to the Bluetooth for the connection. That turns it on. And then you've got all these little buttons and things that you can use that tactile wise take the place of your keyboard. And I'm now realizing that the placement of this for you guys to see it is not necessarily the best, because that puts me putting my arm way the hell over here instead of like in a comfortable position. So we'll have to work that out. But yeah, I'm working on trying to get this set up and use it. But I've turned the thing on. I've messed around with it a little bit, and that's about it. I do not have all of my custom stuff set up yet or anything else. But the good news is I'm going to pull this over so you guys can see it. This is the Tourbox driver, software, etc. But it also already comes with like presets that to get you started. And like I said, right now we're in Clip Studio Paint, so this is their default presets. I've turned off one or two of these just because I felt like it was a little too sensitive. But yeah, you can actually also create your own presets, and on like I think the three main dials and wheels, you can also set up haptic feedback, so you can sort of figure out. It basically gives you, like on a mouse, how you can set up the sensitivity. That's essentially what it does. But you can also go and download presets. So you can basically create your own. You can export that. You can send that to you can either share it with the community, or you can set that, somewhere on your hard drive in case something crashes or something, and you can recover it. So as you press the little buttons and do things, you'll see it lights up. It's like, okay, this is what you're doing here. If you touch this, that's what you're doing there. If you do that, that's what you're doing there. So it's very sensitive. You can basically, set up whatever you want. I just haven't quite figured out how to change some of the settings, because with the dial here, which is this one, I wanted to set it. I was okay with it setting up for rotating the canvas, but I also didn't want it to, when I pressed it, right now it's set to reset the display. In other words, basically it's as if you opened up that file brand new. And all I really wanted it to do was reset the rotation, which is a thing you can do within Clip Studio. I've just got to figure out how to get that to happen on the Tourbox. And that's kind of where I'm at with it. It's like there's things I want to do to customize it, but I haven't figured out exactly how to get that to happen. Based on all the videos I've watched describing how to do it, it's basically said, okay, it's highly customizable, but you've got to go through a certain order of operations to do it. Just like any macros and software combinations, you basically you have that learning curve, and I haven't gone through that learning curve on this thing yet, which I need to, because like I said, I think ultimately it's going to replace my keyboard. But also, if I can get it to replace my keyboard as far as comfort, this one actually has the ability to work with two different systems. So a little while back, I picked up an iPad, and I've not been able to do a lot with the iPad because, well, half the shit that I do requires shortcuts, and I don't want to lug around a freaking keyboard. this solved 2 problems. So this little guy is gonna sort of become my left hand. I've just got to get it set up to work the way I want it to. Now, I do have some preset that I have downloaded. So let me see if I can bring that one in to see if I like it better. Okay. So now I gotta figure out where that went. Okay, this is the. Okay, this preset is linked with this application not set. Okay, so right now I know this is a Clip Studio Paint. Preset. Okay. And this is this person's preset. So we will have to kind of figure out how to work our way through this, because there again, this is someone else's way of working, and I haven't yet had a chance to play around with it to figure out if I like it. So gonna be doing a little of that today. Like I said, I'm not going to spend a lot of time doing that because it's just something that I need to do for me. So you may see me jumping back and forth between the little Tourbox thing and the keyboard. So let's try to actually accomplish something now that we're, an hour into the stream and I still haven't started sketching yet. So. Yeah, the whole secondary camera thing is probably just going to have to go away for right now because, well, where I need this is over here because I need to be able to shift all of this crap around enough. To get my tablet out. Now, the good thing about this is it will work hand in hand with pretty much any art tablet, Wacom, X Pen, any of those things, because it's basically taking the place of your keyboard. And as someone that I was watching trying to figure out how to sort of do the macros and stuff on this little pad mentioned, it's like, well, a lot of pads have hotkeys and things on them, and it's like, how do you decide what ones you want to use on that and what ones you want to assign to the Tourbox? And their thoughts on the matter was basically, well, if it's something that I would normally not be like using a stylus during that portion of things, so your hand's going to come off the pad, off your drawing pad anyway, then those things are probably best left being part of the drawing pad's macros. If it's something that it was a keyboard related shortcut, then it goes to the Tourbox. So like I said, those are all things that I'm still sort of trying to work through, still trying to sort of determine what methodology works for me. So that's kind of where we're at. We may or may not get, a lot of stuff set up as far as the Tourbox today. I may end up having to utilize, one of these old phones I've got set up as tertiary cameras. I've got one over here, but that might just, like I said, we spent enough time trying to get stuff set up today. So let me just fix our detail cam back to what I had it before. All right, guys. OBS decided to blow up. Not sure why. Give me a moment to finally mute this freaking phone because it keeps blowing up and annoying the piss out of me. So give me a second here. YouTube and yeah, YouTube and Twitch are doing fine. I just gotta, this is the part about Instagram that I'm not super happy with, because every time that you restart, you have to enter in your server and your stream key information. Trying to get it back online here. Okay, I think Instagram's back. Yeah, there's gotta be a smoother way of doing that. So, all right, let's see if I can get the detail cam fixed without it blowing up again. Okay. Okay, we're going to call that good. All right. So, yeah. So, just know, like I said, I'm going to try to use the Tourbox a little bit, but it's more or less sort of me trying to get used to using it, and, you know, I'm not there yet. So, there will be things that I have to rely on the keyboard to do still. So all right, we want a new, we want a A4. I think we wanted this to be the other format. Well, no, I mean that'll work okay, I think. We'll do that. Let me grab these other layers here. Okay. It's not what I want. Okay. Okay. I want this one. Just basically creating a new template. I like having these different tones. depending on what I'm doing, so that I can just sort of check color, check, you know, line quality, all that kind of crap. All right, let's see. I think there's a way to lock these. Again, been long enough now that my brain's half forgotten shit. Oh well. We will go with what we can. All right. La da doodle 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 doo. Okay. No idea what's going on over here. Not exactly sure what's happening with this over here. Oh, that's what's going on. All right, we got to do canvas, new window, drag that over there. Now, yeah, start recording that. Okay. Sorry about all the bullshit, folks. Now, for some reason, Spotify's being stupid. Don't know. All right. one of the things I've been screwing around with in my head is possibilities of doing a redesign on my logo. And just for reference, let's pull in that's the current logo, and I've been considering working on sort of a little bit more random, less organized version of it. A little less designy, a little more like energy or something to do with it. Okay. Again, Tourbox is really sensitive. Okay. Again, this is just sort of me trying to get ideas on the page here. just leave that bit out. Let's see. Original design of this was roughly based, real roughly, on a lion skull, and just the whole Madog thing sort of influenced that and became a bit more doggy, more wolf-like in its appearance. So perhaps we need to go back to the source material. see. Put it in the right place here. Okay. Okay, so that's sort of because it was not like a modern lion. It was you know, prehistoric or you know, not a species that was sort of still around. And that all sort of came about from actually my family's coat of arms, which happens to be a large black lion, which theoretically, well, not theoretically, actually they have got DNA and things that suggest that they actually existed. My family line dates back to Wales or Welsh, and there was a huge species, like nearly twice the size of what would be the modern lion, that were a lion with a black coat. And we're not just talking about black tips. I mean, the lion's coat itself was black. And they basically have referred to this creature because there's actually famous folklore and stuff, Welsh folklore, about the black beast. And I forget where the location is, but you can look it up, black Welsh lion. And it'll inevitably send you to the sort of story. So this whole logo thing started out as a tribute to family heraldry, as well as the whole Welsh and Celt thing, you know. The whole Madog thing basically came from a actual early family member, and his name actually was Madog. That's where that came from. So if we look at that, just sort of do a very simplified version of it here. I like that nice, big, powerful curve there. trying to move it. What is the correct tool for that? Move, what are you called? No. I'm just gonna redraw it. That doesn't do what I want it to do. Operation. What's that considered over here? Doesn't seem to have a shortcut currently. Okay, so set that out of the way for the moment. Save this before I screw it up. Okay. Yay. Well, sketching stream, that's, it's sort of an art stream. It's more of me figuring out how to get art streams started back on the channel and running into a bunch of technical difficulties. So, decided to do that all on the same day that I decided to start streaming to Instagram at the same time. So, although Instagram seems to be frozen for some reason. Yeah, it's the old, if you think you're having problems with things, start streaming, because every day's another day to fix something. Instagram, if you guys are still out there, I don't know what the hell's happening with it. Yeah, I don't know why it's being weird. I thought it was still going over there. Yeah, I think Instagram died. Yeah, I gotta figure out a better way to do that. It definitely feels like it's gotta be an easier way to do it than through their interface, because the interface for Instagram to start streaming is a big old pain in the ass, and you literally have to sign up every single stream, and if you have technical difficulties, you got to restart the stream. And if you have to restart the stream, it's a different stream, so you have to get new stream keys and new URLs for every single stream, which is kind of a pain in the ass. Gots to be a way to automate. I mean, YouTube's just about as bad. YouTube wants you to set up, you can use the same URL, you can use the same stream key, but you have to literally set up each additional stream. And I'm streaming twice to it, so I had to do that twice. Plus Twitch. So, yeah. So I'm definitely looking for shortcuts. I thought that was, some of the shortcuts can be handled by using Atom Multistream, which is what I'm using right now. But unfortunately, you can't pull in chat. Anything Facebook or Instagram, you can't pull the chat in to the chat bot that I'm using, which is the streamer.bot chat bot. Because I can put both Twitch and YouTube there, and I can put both Twitch and YouTube vertical all there, and it'll tell me which one is which. But yeah, so I definitely am gonna have to figure out a better way of doing Instagram. I don't mind doing Instagram. I kind of like the concept of doing Instagram, but it got to be a better way to do it. I thought I was going to start doing TikTok because, well, Stream Elements set up their whole multi-streaming thing. And when they first set it up, it was a quick and easy apply and get your stream key for TikTok. But they have since apparently cracked back down on that, whatever that loophole was. And now it's like, okay, if you don't have 1,000 followers, yeah, you're fucked. So, yepers. So that is what that is. So, if you guys were following over there on Instagram, I apologize. I will try to get it back up and going in the future. I thought I'd give it a shot today, but well, OBS decided to die once, so that's an automatic restart. And I'm like, okay, I've restarted it twice. It's copy paste, copy paste, copy paste. Give it a title, go again. I mean, you can give it the same title, but unless people reconnect, what's the point? You know. So yeah, but I might see if the the Stream Elements one allows you to set it up smoother. I just haven't done that since the TikTok thing kind of went. There was really no real reason to pursue that further. So, yeah. So I'm working on trying to do a redesign of the logo. I'm just trying to go for, I mean, honestly, what, let's see if I can find it. I've been wanting to do a redo of it for a while, just, you know, to give it a little bit more character and edge to it. Let's see if I can find. It's not exactly. Let's see if I can find it. Yeah, this is sort of where, I mean, not exactly the inspiration, but kind of is poking towards that concept, that idea. This is sort of where my brain's going, is something a little less detailed, something a little more designy. This one's the animation team Flash gets. This is a variation, whatever, of their little funky skull dude. And I kind of sort of want to do something along these lines, but not exactly. So yeah, that's sort of the direction I kind of want to go in, but I got to get it worked out in my head. How I want to simplify it, you know. And I just kind of haven't quite got there yet. And there again, trying to get the old crusty hands to work again is also a factor. But I think at this point, guys, I need to take a short little bathroom break. So we will give you guys some words on stream and some music to deal with. And we will be back momentarily to allow everybody involved the chance to go do those things that you need to do occasionally. But let me get words on stream set up for you guys, and we'll take a short little break. Unfortunately, my bathroom on this end of the house is in need of repair. I'll explain all that when I get back. But so yeah, I'll be back in just a few, guys. Thanks for being here. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for supporting the stream and the channel and the Discord. If you haven't done all those things, make sure you're doing it. Go follow all the follows and subs all the subs. And I'll be back in just a few. So. Let me get words on stream going here for you guys. Gotta get over there, launch it. Second here. Hopefully there you go, guys. Be back in a bit. All right, guys, I am back. Words on Stream still being a turd. Is it responding any better or not? Yeah. I think you might be right about that, sir. But hey, you know, it's better than nothing happening at all. So I'm gonna let this game run its course here, and then I'll switch to my face. Ta-da! Finish your little advertisement here. Okay. All right, I am back for whatever that means. Yeah, I told you guys I would explain the toilet situation. I took Monday off because, as I stated on the Discord, I had some adulting to do. And though it didn't take all day, a good portion of my day was spent doing home repairs and fixes. Because the bathroom in our master bedroom would not quit running. So it's basically just running water straight through it. And I figured out, after doing some research and some YouTube searchings and etc., that most likely what was wrong was the seal had gone bad or had become dislodged. So check that stuff out. Yeah. I understand. But checked it out, and yeah, the little seal at the bottom of it now, what we've got is what's referred to as a Mansfield style toilet, requires a Mansfield internal kit to fix it or repair it or replace it. But other companies make the seals, and apparently the last time I changed the seals, I didn't use the actual Mansfield branded seals, and I've learned since that that was probably my first downfall, because I had to replace these, at least that one, maybe 4 years ago, something like that, which in general isn't bad, but still it's like, hey, you gotta replace these fucking things every 4 years. That's kind of a pain in the ass. But our style of toilet kit is the one that's basically, you got the flusher, and it's got like a solid rod that comes across, and instead of having like the little chains and all that stuff hooked to the flapper down there and all that sort of thing, ours doesn't have that. It's a straight little bar that comes across, and then there's this, what they call the tower, that sits over top of the drainage hole in the bottom of the tank. And at the top of that quote unquote tower is this little sort of, if this is the tower, there's this like little, loop that sticks off of it. And that's what the straight arm on the interior of the toilet from the flush handle goes through. So it's basically, here's the handle protrusion, here's the piece off of the tower, and that pokes through, and when you push down on it, that raises that up and down, and that's how the toilet flushes. Well, at the bottom of that tower, instead of having the old traditional chain and flapper system, it basically has that tower that sits on top and has a post that runs up the center that keeps it aligned. And at the bottom, around where the hole's at, is a rubber seal that looks like this. And apparently, if you don't get the Mansfield branded ones, the seal itself isn't as wide nor as thick as the original manufacturer part. So I learned that the ones I'd used before were not the correct ones. They were smaller, had decayed, and needed to be replaced. So I'm like, okay, I'm gonna order some, because I don't want to run around to 5 different hardware stores trying to make sure they've got the right damn one. Because the ones I had were an Ace brand, and they were not the same, apparently. They functioned for a little while, but then, just like I'm having the problem now, they fuck up. Well, apparently the same thing is now, as of today, this morning, started happening on the toilet on this end of the house. So I basically turned all the water flow off of that, which means we can't use that restroom right now until I get this little fucker put back in there and fixed. Now, it's a pretty easy fix. Basically, you got that little fill tube that comes up, and there's a little piece you unscrew and pull that little tube out, set that little cap to the side, you lift that quote unquote tower up off of the flush rod, and then at the very bottom of the tank, you basically have this little sort of seal, well, like a flange, I guess you would say, and then that seal basically sits down and seats and affixes around that flange, and it basically needs to set into like a little groove in there. So every video I've ever watched, like, make sure you can still spin it. So that basically means that if you spin it, you've got it in the right little track, and it'll make the proper seal. Yes. We do have it's the house is built like 10 years ago ish now. So yeah, as of that time, it was pretty standard practice to put the cutoff valve right there next to the toilet. So we have those on each of the toilets. I did not think to do that on the first one in the master bathroom, so we had to deal with it running basically overnight until the sink's usable but no toilet, right? So when I get done with stream, I get to go in there, throw on the nitrile gloves, because if you stick your hands in the back of a toilet that's been in use for a while, at least everyone I've ever encountered, you get that old black gook at the bottom of the tank. It happens with every single toilet I've ever seen. You can clean it out, you can scrub it out, it comes right back. So wear gloves if you're going to do that process. I ended up with one of my, this nail right here. Didn't have them on when I first checked to see if that was what was the problem was on the other one, and got some of that stuff down under the nail. So now I've just literally got to go wait till it grows out, because I've tried a nail brush, a toothbrush, and everything else, and it doesn't come out. So I've got a weird black corner of my freaking middle finger there. So yeah, that's more adulting I get to do when I get off string to that. So, but yeah, it's. But I took care of the first toilet, and that all has been working beautifully since. I changed some light bulbs. All of this shit's happening at the same time. Had the skates or the wheels or whatever on the bottom tray of the dishwasher, the one that, you open the door and it rolls out on the back of the door in a little groove or whatever. Yeah, had one of the wheels, the little hub decided to keep popping off, and the wheel goes flying across the room every time I would try to pull the drawer out to empty the bottom of the dishwasher. So I'm like, enough of this shit. Looked it up, got replacements for those. So all of the little wheel skates in the bottom of the dishwasher tray is now replaced. Did that Monday. And I'd been getting a split. See if I can even show you guys. Probably pull it out of the trash can here and show you. Yeah, the arms of my Herman Miller chair. Now, when my wife and I bought these, because we were tired of crappy chairs, we bought them used, because let's face it, Herman Millers are fucking expensive. These were still buying, across the board. Could be definitely put in the expensive category. But after looking up what the replacements look like, realized that even these were not first party replacements, because the interior of the Herman Millers, they don't have little staples all the way around the interior of the skin on it, and this is all black on an actual Herman Miller replacement. So these are already third party replacements of some sort. Now, when we got the chairs, God, nearly 10 years ago, because it wasn't long after we moved into the house, it was like, okay, we've had shitty chairs long enough. I could tell that there was a crack happening on the bottom edge. Like, so if your hands, this is this arm, your hand wrap around, I've been feeling this little like crack getting bigger and bigger and bigger underneath. Like, I could feel it with my index finger all the time. So I first thought, well, let me remove the arm pad. Let me see if I can, repair it or limp along with it or whatever. Realized that the crack had basically split all under and all the way around here. So there's like no way I was going to be able to repair that to make it comfortable again on my hand. So I just ordered up a full replacement set and replaced those Monday. So, and those are just the things I can think of. I'm sure there were, of course, there's, taking care of pets and, household, just normal stuff. So yeah, that was all Monday, and now here's Wednesday, and I've got another toilet to fix. Luckily, when I ordered the seals, it was a pack of 3. Maybe that should have told me something to start with. So back into this. So yeah, the general idea is that I want to simplify the design. change it from being so flat to a little bit more dimensional, which is sort of a misnomer because I'm going for dimensional but also flat. And like I said, the sort of I've had the inspiration for a while, but I realized that some of that could have been due to just the influence of this in the back of my brain. But yeah, the Flash Gets guys, their skull and their logo is sort of a little sort of in the direction I want to go, like as far as like just the simplification, the not so complicated, more rudimentary, maybe not so squarish. I don't mind it being squarish, but something along those lines. So yeah, that's where my brain's going. But like I said, of course, my design, my logo, that stuff. So it's more or less just trying to refresh the whole, logo design. Like I said, I like this design. I mean, of course, I've had this design for 20 something years now, and, different iterations. The main iterations that have come about has been sort of how the hair treatment. This used to be like a full fan, looked like a damn buzzsaw blade, and that went away, and I liked this better. And I guess I've had it in this iteration for 10 or 15 years now, give or take. And like I said, I like the general elements, but I think it could be, like I said, just simplified and more rudimentary. And if I'm gonna do that, let's do something that's a little bit more. Well, I mean, as I showed you guys, it's got sort of more dimension to it, but at the same time keeping it flat. So basically, you may or may not see the sort of the back side of the jaw. You may or may not see like things passing behind each other. It would be, a bit more along the lines of just, it would stop, or it would just, sort of be the edge of it sticking out, sort of thing. So I'm going to turn the Tourbox off right now. I need to have more time to get that sort of feeling comfortable. So yeah, it's just a matter of finding that happy medium, happy zone, whatever you want to call it. Again, like I said, I don't want it to necessarily look 100% like a lion skull, but if we're gonna change things up a little bit anyway, maybe, because it's even this is not so much a dog skull as it is sort of almost a werewolf skull. Because I mean, that's eye sockets. That's definitely not a canine, skull, socket and jawbone or cheekbone area. So like I said, there'll be, things that are sort of taken into simplified and made, easier to relate to and that sort of thing. So like I said, that's sort of where my brain's at with it. Like I said, may or may not be, the begin all end all of things as far as, how I approach it, but, definitely want to sort of start from familiar territory if I'm going to redesign it anyway. So, and this is sort of where the original design sort of formed out of. So my thoughts are is go back to the drawing board, literally, and figuratively to sort of see what we got. But being so, let me see. I pulled up, like I said, what we're looking at, that photo of the what they're calling a cave lion. So it's not necessarily a saber-toothed tiger. It is considered a species of lion, but a more archaic, larger, prehistoric even member of the lion family. Let's go ahead and save out all of these. I'll pull all the references from Bone Clones. And we'll import those over here as well. So it's just, as you can see, and let's see what else they've got. Skulls. Mammal skulls. Bird skulls. Try just lion in their search terms. Not loin. Lion. Thank you. Whole different thing there. Yeah, you got cave lion, American lion, African lion, large African lion. They had another one at some point. Maybe I was thinking of the cave lion. Maybe it was the cave lion I was thinking about. Yeah, I guess it was. Yeah, I was thinking they had another historical lion cast in their collection, but doesn't appear to be. This is the large African lion, sort of. Probably would sort of be the next step or next iteration. this one. Not what I wanted to do, thank you. At least this would give us a little bit more of an idea of how the eye sockets and stuff work, and sort of an idea of sort of what the front, like, mandible area sort of in general seems like. Because it's a little bit hard to see what's going on here, but like I said, you've got sort of this sort of almost reverse curve that happens out of the nasal cavity and then just slopes down into the front dental plate here. And then there's, of course, is a gap. Of course, that's where, you know, the lower, you know, teeth come, you know, scissor through like so. But even this, you can see sort of the top nasal bone area is a little more pronounced in this version of the species, or the species of the genus, as where this one's a little bit more almost flat across the top. This one sort of has a little bit more of a bulge right in here. I mean, it still sort of flattens out, but the other one is almost starts flattening out almost as soon as it hits that that fissure in the bone right there, where the bone, you know, the nasal bone and the ocular process or whatever sort of, you know, knits together there. But yeah, see how it sort of it has a little bit of a flare up on the top edge of it that I don't see in this as much. Yeah, it might be there, but it still feels like this sort of goes a little concave in the middle, which, you know, I mean, once you look at lions, it sort of makes sense. I guess I didn't realize that this sort of is like is hollow. That goes through, and that's just sort of that relates to how humans' cheekbone functions, because, you know, ours it goes. There's a sinal port that goes through there, but this would basically be, you know, almost like lifted, and it would basically have the bone modeled back the reverse direction to get down to the maxillary processes above the upper teeth. The same here, you got, you know, again, sinal ports in the bone where you know, nerves and blood vessels and things cut through. So we can play around with that a little bit, I think. A little bit, and see kind of maybe where that takes us. Basically what we're seeing is that this port cuts through. This would, if in a human anatomy, would cut through a little bit. This bit we sort of do a little bit of a, you know, comparative and recombination of anatomy a little bit. Again, for an actual lion skull, there still really is no sort of bone on the exterior of the eye. It's just sort of all soft tissue. So you may have to sort of fake a little bit there, which, you know, like I said, we did in the original design. That's just sort of one of those things that, you know, you're just gonna like, okay, that's how that's gonna have to function. Because, you know, like a human bone, it's like, you know, you got your eye socket, you got your nasal cavity, this cuts through. You got the one other one on the other side, but then you have that nasal process, and then the cheekbone comes around like so, and then we have this sort of thing that cuts back and attaches to the side of the skull. Well, this and this are essentially the same thing, but this isn't connected. This whole space in the center is gone. So I think we just gotta keep messing around with actual anatomy, comparative anatomy. And once we sort of get happy with sort of how the forms are going to work, then we just sort of start mashing it all into like a flat layout, for lack of a better way to describe it. Sort of massive forms out now. All right, bud. Thanks for hanging out. see.
Oh, bite the weenie. This ain't the day.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Drink the drink!
But I don't want the drink!
He doesn't want the drink! He does!
I don't!
You do!
I don't!
You do!
I don't!
You do!
I don't!
You don't!
I do!
You don't!
I do!
You don't!
Listen, when I say I do, that means I do!
Oops. Yep. You're exactly right. Thank you. Oh, I guess I need to reposition the camera there a little bit, don't I? Let's see. Gotta remember where that lives. That seems broken, so yet another thing to fix, I suppose. Okay, let's figure out what that was. Disconnection from server. Says we're still connected there. We're still connected to YouTube. Rid of that because it's, well, you know, apparently not functioning. Double check that real quick. Couple of seconds here. Let me just real briefly see if this makes any damn difference. Yeah, for some reason, Twitch still says it's unstable. Makes no damn sense what it says it's unstable, but you know. Yeah. I think you're full of shit, Twitch. I think it's full of poo-poo. My opinion. Alright, yeah, I'm assuming that was Instagram finally giving up the ghost there. Freaking out for some reason. Yeah, like I said, I'll just have to check into... I'm looking for something that's going to give me a nice chunky square, but this doesn't. Doesn't do the trick. So thick, round. Probably just gonna have to make me one that'll do that, so that's not quite where I want to go. Let's see, I used to have a key that I created to see what the hell those look like. Where would that be? Betting it's gonna be in the working drive, maybe. Stream avatars. What is stream avatars, Miss T? Well, somewhere I've got a breakdown of this brush set somewhere. Have to explore that later. Yep, that is definitely not something needed. Grass, leaves, trees, Just looking for a big square chunky brush, but nothing seems to want to cooperate. That might work. Just kind of want to get a Okay, I don't know what we're doing. Suddenly we want a wild ride. Just trying to get a general idea of where this is going. I mean, it's getting somewhat there. Still a little too much shape and not enough substance, you know what I mean? probably wrap it up here in a few minutes, guys. You've been here hanging out today. Appreciate it. Do plan to get back to doing more art streams. It's just been a slow go. So I do appreciate everybody supporting and everything in the process of, you know, well, trying to rebuild my world. And I do appreciate it. If you guys have not already done so, make sure that you're following the channel on whatever various platform you're catching the stream on. I will do my best to try to get Instagram back up and functioning. For future broadcasts, so come over from Instagram and you prefer to watch it over on Instagram, I'm going to do my best to make sure that happens. Other than that, guys, said just make sure you're following, that you're joined up over to the Madhouse Discord. That's where you guys can get directly involved with the channel. Make suggestions, all those sort of things. Oh, I'm gonna move the fingers around. I mean, we're getting some generalities here. I mean, it's not where I want it to be yet, of course. Still a lot of sort of manipulation, and it's too tight, it's too static. It's I mean, I kind of like the direction it's going in, but at the same time, it's got the flow's just not quite there yet, if that makes sense. It's just going to take a little bit of pokety at the forms and stuff to get it sort of to a happy point. Probably some just overall manipulation and just changing how my brain sees it. But in general, what do you guys think? What do you think about the sort of direction it's heading in? Does it feel cohesive? Does it feel like Madog? Does it feel like it belongs in the same universe as the previous design? I mean, you know, in small part, we're trying to break away from the previous design, but at the same time, we're still sort of, we don't want to be, you know, a jarring, okay, this doesn't reflect the other stuff at all, so, you know, it's hard to connect the two, you know, that sort of thing. It's Still got a ways to go, but some of the forms are feeling decent, but I'm not sure if they're feeling decent because I've gotten accustomed to this shape and I'm getting too comfortable with it. I'm probably going to have to take a stab at this several times before I'm get to something I'm happy with. Like I said, I really think I need to go in and just that big square brush that I had. I wish I had the ability to make it just sort of solid. So I may have to go in and see if I can't duplicate it and tear it apart and get the core image and sort of start a new brush from that. More than likely some of these, like, you know, the tri-prong teeth, which is, you know, that's classic carnivore, you know, denture. I may have to sort of simplify that a bit. That might be getting too much happening there. I'm not crazy. I'm not crazy how this is looking. It's something. There's got to be a way I can indicate that without that feeling so crowded. You know, and maybe that's just a matter of the spacing kind of thing. Maybe it's just a matter of you know, I need to come in and carve that out a little bit further. Something. Yeah. There again, I may have to sort of manipulate the positioning. Maybe it's still a little bit too much to the side. Maybe I need to be able to sort of have that connect to the you know, this come down like this, where it's coming from up here in the connection, and then, you know, maybe it, you know, it comes back up under and, you know, does something like this, and then we've got these in here. Maybe. Not certain, but that's probably gonna do it for me today, guys. I will do my best to be back on Friday. Make sure all this is saved. But that's gonna do it, guys. Again, like I said, make sure you're following the channel wherever you're at. If you've seen the links and stuff, please go out, follow, and spread word about the channel on the various platforms. If by some miraculous nature we can actually get 1,000 followers over on TikTok, I'll try to start streaming over on TikTok. But until that happens, their hard and fast rule of 1,000 followers does not seem to have any loopholes currently. So we're just kind of stuck with not being able to do that. But again, hopefully you guys have enjoyed the stream. It's been a little bit haphazard, I agree, but we'll be back on Friday. gonna shoot for the regular scheduled time, but here lately regular scheduled time means that it's ultimately been hitting about 3:30. So and that's PM EST. But I do try to stream every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, both on, well, so far both on Twitch as well as YouTube, twice technically. And today we ventured into the possibilities of trying to do it on Instagram. I think we can do it on Instagram. I just got to find a more streamlined way of doing it. The having to enter stream keys and stream URLs every single time that it decides to break and fall apart. We need some security and being able to reconnect to those or something without having to redo that every time. That's just a little bit too much of a pain in the ass if that's going to be how it has to be. So I'm going to look for other alternatives to doing that. If anybody knows of a better way of doing that via OBS, yeah, I'm not switching off OBS. But if there's a plugin or something within OBS, or like I said, I'm not above using the Stream Elements multi-stream, whatever they're calling it now, version out there. I do have it. I just haven't hooked everything up through it. I've been using the Atom multi-stream to do all the multi-streaming I'm doing currently. So we'll look into that. But again, if you guys have got any advice or any information, please join us over the Madhouse Discord server. Throw it in the general chat, or if we need to, we'll create a separate category. Channel or whatever it's called over on Discord, and we'll figure that out. So yeah, that's the plan. We'll catch all of you guys on Friday at some point. Stay tuned to the Discord for those time announcements and general plan announcements. It's probably going to be more sketching and this kind of thing. I'm going to try to stick to doing that for a little while. I've got some projects that I need to get the old arm functioning and working. One of those is a design actually for my wife. And I just didn't feel like diving straight into that off of the hiatus and not having things working quite smoothly. So we will be getting back into that design as well. So stay tuned for that. Thanks, guys. Thanks for being here. Thanks for the support. And again, I will be back on Friday, and we'll see you then. Thanks a lot. Later.